Everyone, call the meeting to order. This order. Agenda, any additions or deletions?
I'm being asked to remove 9.7 from the agenda. We're going to make some revisions.
9.7. Okay, coming back at a later date. Dustin?
Maybe.
Dustin's moving the agenda, minus 9.7. Vote. That's carried. Can I get somebody to move to go into public hearing? Shane? Yep. Oh, sorry, Keith. Vote. It's carried. Okay, bylaw 2024-17. Kayleen?
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2024-17 is submitted by Cypress County to reclassify an existing parcel from Hamlet Residential District to Public Services District. The existing parcel is 0.27 acres in size and is located within Plan 1143 AC, Block 8, Lot 17 through 20. There is no subdivision proposal associated with the application, and therefore if the land use amendment is to approved, the land use would immediately take effect. The property is located on the corner of 3rd Avenue and Drinnan Street in the hamlet of 7 Persons and has direct and immediate access from existing access approaches. The property contains a municipal water treatment plant and fire hall that is being leased for another use by Prairie Rose School Division. It was recommended that this application be brought forward for consideration by council to reflect the intent of the use of the land. The parcel is not anticipated to be developed for residential use over the long term. And as shown on the adjacent land use district maps, there are residential properties that are located to the south, west, and north, and with the proposed reclassification area. And in addition, 7 Persons School is located immediately to the east, which has a public service district zoning as well. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are responsible for the planning and development processes that ensure land is available for development such as residential, commercial, and industrial land to accommodate population growth. Section 4.2, Municipal Services of the Municipal Development Plan states that the county will encourage light industrial, commercial, and institutional uses to locate in county hamlets, communities, and other accessible locations to provide for the everyday needs of area residents, and business and opportunities for local employment where compatible with surrounding land uses. Section 4.4 Hamlets as Service Centers states that the county should locate its offices and resources under its jurisdiction, such as recreation centers, community halls, sport and recreational fields, and other community assets within the hamlets. The 7 Persons Area Structure Plan states that there are several areas of potential development that have a land use designation different than what could be proposed. Before development can occur, the properties will need to be designated to a more appropriate land use district. The changing of the land use designation needs to be done as part of any subdivision or development proposal. The county may also consider developments not envisioned in the plan as long as they are compatible with the future hamlet expansion. Designating the property to accommodate municipal infrastructure operations supports the plan's visions and goals towards 7 Persons' future growth and expansion. In the Land Use Bylaw 2022-09 under Public Services District, an educational service is permitted use requiring approval of the development officer, while public utilities and uses major is considered a Class 1 discretionary use, which requires approval from the development officer or the Municipal Planning Commission. So the intended use of the land for the leasing by Prairie Rose School Division is better aligned with the Public Services District, as is the water treatment plant that's existing. At the time of writing this report, no written objections or comments were received from any adjacent landowners. And Alberta Transportation replied that given information provided to date, this is merely a change in land use designation, and they do not anticipate it would have any appreciable impact on the highway. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, my recommendation is approval, as the proposal complies with human development under the implementation of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Section 4.2 of the Municipal Development Plan, as well as the 7 persons area structure plan.
Thank you, Kayleen. Is there any questions for the planner at this time? Not seeing any. There's nobody here in the gallery, so there would be nobody for or against.
Right over there.
Well,
Oh, he's
I
against.
could. You said his name, you just woke him up.
I thought somebody was snoring.
Not seeing anybody else in here for it. Is there any questions from council at all on it? No? The public hearing for bylaw 2024-17 is concluded, and there will be no further submissions will be accepted. Can I get a motion to come out of the public hearing? Keith? Vote? That's carried. Okay, we'll go into minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them? Somebody, Michelle's moving the minutes. Everybody's good with them? No questions? Vote. Richard. All right. Carried. 6.1, Mike?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was just running through the delegations. Is that a time? Oh, it's one, there we go, that's why. That's why. Okay, land use amendment, Mr. Cartwright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mike. This is the second and third reading for bylaw 2024-17. Kayleen, any further details?
The presentation was previously submitted for council's information, and the recommendation is for passage of second and third readings.
That was one on the public hearing we just had, so we need a motion for second. Lloyd is making that. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. Richard's moving third. Vote. Carried. 6.2. Mike.
And I'll pass to Mr. Cartwright once again.
Probably go right to Kayleen really quick too, but bylaw 2024-1, administration is moving for first reading of the bylaw. And this one, Mike Bullen is seeking to reclassify 50.69 acres of agricultural district to country residential district with an intent to apply to MPCC for subdivision approval to create a 13-lot subdivision. The public hearing would be tentatively scheduled for October 16th. Kayleen, anything else?
Any questions? Oh, well, we need a motion for first reading. Lloyd? Oh, sorry. I was looking that way. Vote. That's carried. 6.3, do you want me to just jump right to Kayleen? Or Joe? Either one, go ahead.
Sure. Bylaw 2024-19, administration is requesting approval for first reading. Gerald and Jenny Boutillier are seeking to reclassify 4.77 acres from agricultural district to country residential with an intent to apply to MPC for subdivision approval to create a separate title. The public hearing would also be tentatively set for October 16th.
Thank you, Joe. Robin, you want to move that one since I missed you last time? Vote. Carried. Okay, 6.4, Mike.
And this is the library board. Leslie Ann Collins wrote the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So annually, the library board submits their annual report to the, anyways, it was brought up that in reviewing our bylaws, the library board, they recommended that we remove 4.4. Eligible individuals may not be appointed for more than 3 consecutive terms. So the legislation reads that if council chooses to let a member of the library board sit on it for more than 3 consecutive terms, all as they require is a motion of council to do so. So what I may be asking for at the organizational meeting is just for council to allow to have them to sit on for more than 3 terms, and then we've satisfied the act. So that's all it is. It's just to clean up that one thing. It'll just be a little bit clearer going forward.
Okay. Blaine?
Well, I'll make a motion for first reading or whatever. I just have a question though. So it doesn't really say in there, it says 3 years or a term. So is every year a term? How, like it's not really defined.
Steve's smiling. So a term, so technically in the act, they're saying a term is 3 years, but however, with council, their term expires annually at the organizational meeting. So it's just a little bit of legislation and interpretation of the legislation. So by us removing this and council voting 2/3 to have those people sit for more than 1 term, that satisfies the legislation, and then we are good. I don't know, Steve, if there's anything else you wanted to add?
Just really briefly through the chair, what Leslie Ann's doing here, she's municipal affairs and the Library Act has a little bit of terminology. We're just kind of shifting our terminology to match theirs to a degree.
That sounds good because like I said, there is a bit of confusion in there. That's a term that's, what's 2 years, so that's good.
Keith?
So is there a limit to how many terms they can sit, or are we removing that limit, or is it?
So they can't sit for more than 3 consecutive terms unless the majority or 2/3 of council passes a motion stating that they can sit for more than 3 consecutive terms. So once you guys pass the motion, if you pass the motion at the organizational meeting, every year we'll just pass that motion and it will satisfy the legislation and municipal affairs. And yeah, I've got correspondence with them and they were good with that, so.
Just cleans it up for us so that we can have these people that want to stay on the board.
Especially considering that we don't get a lot of applications for public member appointments. We're finding it harder and harder to get members of the public to sit on the board. So we would have to do this or we wouldn't be having a library board.
Yep. Any other questions on it? Blaine has moved first reading. Vote. Carried. Dustin's moving second reading. Any other questions on it? Vote. Need somebody to move. Lloyd's moving to have third. Vote. That's carried. Michelle's moving third. Vote. That's carried. 7, CEO report. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the report's pretty extensive and self-explanatory. If any of councillors have questions about any particular aspects to it, the directors are here to answer any clarifications.
Thank you, Mike. Shane?
Get off that auction site.
Yeah. Close up your auction site there and read the agenda.
I did.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the report? Richard?
George Cuff's webinar, seminar, whatever it was it pretty good? Was it something that maybe in the future council should participate in?
I wish I could give you an answer, Councillor. The problem with the webinar was my conversion of Eastern Time to Mountain, and I missed it. I have it in recorded version, and it's quite all right. So the directors and I sat down and watched the first of 2.5 hours of it yesterday afternoon. It was vintage George Cuff. If you've forgotten some of the rules about how to govern, it's a very good refresher. If you've seen him recently, you could wait 6 months.
Any other questions? Shane, there you are.
Yeah, just under communications.
Oh. Les.
Yes, I see where you're going with this. So what happened was that was an error, and the report got put in next meeting's report. So yes, that is a typo, Councillor Hawk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Blaine, oh,
I just have a comment. I just was, read this a couple times, obviously, and I just noticed the vast participation that we're getting in that ag conference thing is huge. I mean, we've already got 500. We bumped it to 600. I think that's quite amazing, actually. So kudos to our staff for setting up this program and running with it. So just wanted to make that comment.
Keith?
I just have a question on the substation. We're okay with the site that they've chosen, or do we have any more choice or input into the thing, or is it kind of set in stone now?
Everybody's passing the buck on this one.
Through the chair, the City of Medicine Hat provided this most recent newsletter as an update because they had approximately, I think, 11 substation sites that they had originally been looking at for placement, and the county through council did provide feedback to the city at that time. There was 2 particular sites that we were absolutely not in favor of, and that we communicated that to the city. And undergoing the refinement of their feedback, they've come back with these 2 proposed sites. So what they'll do is their next round of engagement with the public, gather feedback on the preferred and alternate site prior to submitting application to the Alberta Utilities Commission. So this was hot off the press Thursday. They just provided it to us. So I think what administration will do is go through the 2 sites, refine them, and then bring back any necessary information back to council at a future meeting.
You want to add to it?
I did have a conversation with Jim Jackson. He was one of the people that was leading the charge the first time against the 2 proposed locations along the South Boundary Road, and they're quite happy with the 2 proposed locations. It's not going to affect anybody. There's no houses around it. The one proposal that's north of that small cemetery, the property owner in that area sold to the city with the knowledge that it could happen. So yeah, it was good. The only not the bad part, but a challenge was the fact that when the city brought out the second round of choices, they did put back those 2 properties, or those two properties along South Boundary Road, and AUC had said no, that you will not be allowed to build on there, but they didn't take them off the list. So that did cause some concern. They hired a lawyer and brought that to the city's attention, and then they got removed. So I think there was a step there that wasn't necessary to cause the people that kind of grief, but what's there now, they're happy with. So.
Okay. Oh, Dustin, go ahead.
So just looking at the traffic counts that we have on there. So the one, well, they're all, there's concerning things on all of them actually, but the first one, the Old Trans-Canada, that's up by Redcliffe. There's only 4 vehicles a day that travel that road.
What page are you on?
That's page 51. to me, that almost sounds like our junk's broken. So I'm thinking there's more than that on that road, would there not be?
Yeah, they say there are only 8 altogether.
Shane?
Well, that's probably way down farther past them acreages where we built it up to get rid of the mud boggers. Way down and
Yeah,
down
that makes
there.
more sense than if it's that low. I'm not familiar with that, where that is exactly.
Yeah.
And then,
No, it goes past the dump, yeah, well, past Ronco, and then it keeps going. There's a bunch of acreages, and then it turned into the mud bog trail there for a ways. And then it turns back into residence, and then Bull.
okay, fair enough. And then looking at our new roads here in Dunmore, what's the speed limit on those?
Not 132 kilometers.
Yeah, the 151 on the one, that's impressive. Now, I know that saying to get the cops to sit on those wouldn't make a bunch of sense, but maybe we should be having our actual speed sign over there and say, slow down, Pontiac?
I don't even know how they could get to 151 kilometers before they hit that curve.
Ken?
Through the chair, we picked up on that right away and started analyzing the data to look for trends certain times a day. And we kind of narrowed it down to about 3 o'clock. So we put 2 and 2 together, and I sent an email on to our bylaw, and they're looking into some monitoring there, as well as putting up our speed sign along there. But sometimes that speed sign is acts in a different way.
The highest score sign, yes.
Any other comments? I'm not seeing anything. Richard was the first one with a comment, so I guess he's making the motion. Okay, vote. That's carried. Reeve and councilor reports. Mine's on there. I don't have anything else to add. I guess we can start with Lloyd.
Well, this is, it's been very quiet for me. Last month and a half, I got quite a few calls on the Eagle Butte. And now the county's got their trucks out there, they're working on it. And the work's going good, and it's, people are happy. And sure glad it's there, so like I said, I haven't got any more calls on it. So other than that, it's been pretty quiet.
Thank you. Michelle?
Since the last council meeting, we had a short grass meeting, and we had it at the Irvin Library, which was lovely. The food was fantastic. It was just a great spot to have it. And a couple of things from that I had learned that made me happy was that I was talking to Joan, and she had said that in the old library, they had days where at most there was like 5 or 6 people. Most days there were 0. Now they're getting, their numbers are between, she said the minimum is 6 a day, every day. And there's most of the time between 18 and 20 people that use the facility on a daily basis. And they've extended their hours of operation, so it's open longer. So I was quite happy about that. And then I had a Cypress View meeting and went to a Foothills Little Bow where I was seconded a motion that was put forward by Vulcan. And since then, the grant for New Horizons that the Schuyler Community Association applied for, somehow something happened that it did not get submitted. So that is off the table for now. And so I've been dealing with all that quite a bit. And other than that, I'm here.
Thank you. Dustin?
Not a whole bunch. Quite a few calls about deteriorating road conditions after the rains, which kind of just said they're out working. They'll get there when they get there. When it rains this much, it's not something that happens that much in fall, and we'll get it fixed. You just got to be patient with us. And then also a few calls about the county spraying on windy days, and I just directed them in the right place to go on that, and that's about it.
Forgot to mention the Rest and Shine too. We did that, and it was I think it was smaller this year than it was last year, but it was pretty chilly, but pancake, lots of people ate, and it turned out good.
Richard?
It's really nice to hear how that library is being used. I remember back in our early discussions when Darcy was involved, and that was always one of his goals and wishes, that there would be a place for the kids to go after school and in the evenings and on some weekends. So I think he'd be quite pleased to know that that's worked out the way his wishes were. Last Wednesday night, I came out here and the Cypress County Community Fund had a meeting. We discussed fall grant applications that were received. We had 3, and we did some pretty serious discussions about that. And then the next day, Thursday, the 26th, I drove to Milk River for their watershed meeting. I try and go attend one day, or the one meeting, then I'll go on Zoom the next, because it is a 2-hour drive both ways, so it adds up. One thing that's very positive is the U.S. government really got on that, the replacement of that pipe that burst and had all that damage. They had found 7,000 feet of 90-inch pipe that was Teflon coated steel, and they're going to be installing it, probably are doing that right now. They really got ahead of things, and they're hoping, I think, for end of July, that everything will be ready next year to get back on and have that water flowing through the river, so, which is so important to Milk River. And the town of Coots draws off of that also, too. They do have some wells, but they rely on the river quite a bit. So that was good. Yeah, other than that, a few phone calls, talked to neighbors about different things. I always like to try and get a second opinion on some of the stuff we might be doing, so everything's good.
Thank you. Shane?
Went to Foothills Little Bow meeting in Lethbridge. That was good. A lot of phone calls about our roads and explaining everything to the residents about that we didn't do a bunch of gravel when it's dry, because the gravel will end up in the ditch, and when it's wet it pounds in. So we're getting around, and they were quite understanding. And a lot of phone calls still about Highway 3 and what's going on there with the service roads and that. I'd really like to make a motion after this that we get a hold of Alberta Transportation so they update us what the consultant come up with after all them open houses, because it's still a very big concern to a lot of our residents out that way. And other than that, nothing.
Thank you. Keith?
Other than council, I didn't have any meetings. However, a couple phone calls about some Texas gates. Thank you to the staff for moving on that quickly. We had 5 Texas gates fixed for the winter, and we got a very nice thank you phone call after we fixed the one, so I was pretty happy about that. It's kind of interesting to watch the interaction between the people from Ralston and Suffield, with the base being much diminished. I'm just sensing there's a kind of a bit of a hole, and the people at the Suffield Hall, with their darts night and just the events that they're planning in Suffield, have bridged the gap. And I'm starting to see, we went down to darts night the other night, and it's just interesting to see the people from the base coming down there for the supper. And, you know, it's good to meet these people, and they're becoming involved in the kids club down in Suffield, and they have resources back and forth. So really pleased to see a bit of interaction there.
That's good. Thank you, Keith. Blaine?
Yeah, nothing too major. Also attended the Foothills Little Bow meeting, and the first time I was able to actually get a chance to go, and I felt it quite good, because especially through the resolution period, you know, it's good to hear both sides of the arguments, and then, because when you read them, you just think, well, it's one way, but then when you get there and you listen to both sides, and then you can kind of determine how you feel, you know, going forward. So I felt that was really good, so. Yeah, and same thing, few calls about roads and this and that. Also visited with the caretaker at the Irvin Museum with some concerns about the county-owned building there. And I know the staff is working on developing a plan to handle our assets as we're going forward, as we put this stuff into the budget, so that'll all be taken care of as we go forward. And other than that, that was it.
Thank you, Blaine. Robin?
Yeah, also been a quiet couple weeks for me, attended Foothills Little Bowl, and other than that, it's been quiet on the home front.
Okay. Any questions on the reports? Not seeing any. Lloyd's going to move the reports. Vote. Richard. It's carried. Okay. Shane?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we get a hold of, I'd like to make a motion that we get a hold of Alberta Transportation so they can update us what the way of thinking on Highway 320 from Medicine Hat to 7 Persons after the 2 open houses. We'd like an update, if possible.
Any questions on it? Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I guess my question is maybe we can ask them specifically, like from what they've been hearing, what are they advocating for, right? Because if we ask them for an update, they might be a little bit less apprehensive or more apprehensive to give us what the update is versus recognizing that they're hearing what you're saying, what the people are saying, and to see that they're actually pushing for what they're hearing, kind of a deal. Does that make sense? Would that? Yeah.
Clear on that? That's a thumbs up.
All right.
Yeah. Any questions on it? Vote?
Well, I could see a little thumb above it.
That's carried. 9.1.
This is a speed reduction request, and if council has no questions, then we'll ask you to make the motion to direct administration to bring back a bylaw.
You guys done there? What's going on?
Councillor Ritz here was wanting to know where Clouts Dam really was, so I was just explaining to him that it's out west towards Rattlesnake. That's all. Sorry, Mr. Reeve. I'll not let that happen again. Talk.
Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just do a brief summary here. The recommended motion is that council direct administration to bring back the speed limit bylaw with amendments for a speed reduction on a section 1,300 meters along Range Road 74. This location is in the west area of the county, south of the Wholesome Road, and reference to Clouts Dam in that location. Mr. Matt Smirchuk submitted the speed request on behalf of the area residents located along the road. Along this road are 2 residential subdivisions that include quite a few residents in that area. I've summarized it in the brief here. The location, the siting request is that it has some concerns with the sight lines, and there's 2 dips where drainage courses are crossing the road that limited sight distance to some of the approaches. And of course, the 2 main roads that go into the subdivisions are already at 50 kilometers an hour. The reduced speed would mitigate risks of collisions, as there are multiple acreages approaches connected to Range Road 74 and are in close proximity with each other. And with the recent completion of the upgrading of the trail we did this year to the south and to create a developed road, they're seeing more traffic going down through this area and making it a through road. So, and just a review of how we evaluated or how we review these requests. The application was sent in with some concerns. Missing from that is traffic data. And that's in that time we go out and pick up the traffic data to support the request. As also we look at the horizontal geometry of the road, the vertical geometry of the road, any collision history on that road, and driveway spacing, all those little parameters that may govern a decision that would help support a request like this. And the financial implications would be $1,200 for signs. And I guess at this point, does council have any questions on this request? And along with this request was signed by a majority of the residents in the area. That's included in there further down. So from a review perspective, we had no concerns with the request and thought it felt that it would be a good option for that area to improve the safety.
Richard?
Well, I'd like to make that motion and then add a couple of comments. According to my math, if we lower the speed limit from 80 to 50, it's going to take 10 seconds longer to drive that distance. So I don't think that's an issue. Shouldn't be to anybody. And then the other thing that I would like to see, and I don't think it has to be part of the motion, but I'm not sure, is a sign like we have in a couple other areas that says caution, watch for pedestrians. We've got that on the road south of South Boundary, down by the corn crib there, where past the cells are, I think, yeah. So we put that up last year because the farmers on that road, their kids travel back and forth and visit with each other in their bikes. So it was quite easy, and it's not a big expense to hang a couple of signs out there. So, but definitely in favor of this. Like I said, what's at 10 seconds, it's going to save some people from getting injured possibly. So let's do it.
Dustin?
I agree with this as well. Just driving it after the new trail's been put in there or been built into a road, it does make people go through there a lot faster than they used to with it being a dead-end trail. So I think it's a good idea. There's a lot of residents that are in close proximity to this road, and no, makes complete sense.
Any other questions or comments? Robin?
I have definitely spoken out against reduction of speed limits and kind of our process with it over the last couple of years. This one right here seems to make a little bit more sense to me, and what I'm liking is a little bit more of the data-driven decision making. I know that we're still not quite to the place where we have kind of almost like a point system or whatever. That would be a nice way to kind of justify or have some kind of a tangible, decision-making criteria. But if you're going to be bringing potentially some of those traffic numbers and that with the bylaw, I think that this seems to me to be a more appropriate place to put that in. And I like the direction that we're going anyways with our decision-making. So thank you for that.
Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. The motion is for it to come back as a reduction. Vote. Yeah. That's carried. 9.2, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a fairly straightforward request that council direct us to apply for a $30,000 grant, and I'd invite municipal services if they have any opening comments.
Yeah, through the chair. So it is two grants separately. There's the NRED, or the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program, as well as a stacking grant from Can Export. both the amount of $30,000 for a total of $60,000, and the money would be used to engage a consultant to prepare an investment attraction strategy for the county, looking at a 10-year time horizon. Happy to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you. Somebody want to, Shane's going to move? Yep. First one. Any questions on it? Vote. Thank you, Les. Richard, Dustin, two talking, pushing buttons. That's carried. Yeah. No, those two are all right. Lloyd, you're moving the second part? Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 9.3, Mike?
This, Mr. Chair, is a series of policy updates. Some of them are very, very minor, and I think I could walk you through the first two. Well, let's do them one at a time. 9.3 has got no updates, so we just want you to have read it and say, all right, put a new current date as of today's meeting on it. Mr. Jacobs, any other? That's it for this one, isn't it?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we started going through our policies and noticed there's been a number of years of an update or a review. So I selected a few here this morning to bring forth with some minor changes, and this one doesn't have any changes, but is an opportunity just to have a review.
Okay. Michelle?
Are we moving them one at a time or all together?
One at a time.
Okay, well, I'll move this one then.
Any questions or comments on it? Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'd like to propose an amendment to this. Item number 2 on the policy states that the road must be developed to a high-grade standard as determined by current construction engineering standards or policy on construction of roads. Roads regularly maintained, blading, grading, plowing, mowing as of July the 5th, 2016 will be treated like high grade under this policy. Since this policy was last amended in 2016, we have seen a couple of different cases where we've made arguments for the construction of roads that may not necessarily need to be at a high grade standard. I think about Jimmy Plants as one of them, but where we looked at the access of the road, the kind of traffic that would be on it. And I believe that the argument that we were making along the way too is that, you know, high grade standards are wonderful, but if we're having to maintain all these roads, and sometimes we may not necessarily need that. Point 4 on this states that the county will decide the level and frequency of the maintenance. So I think that what we should do is remove the high grade standard as what it needs to be in order for the county to maintain it, if we have the provision in it already to determine how frequently and when. I think that gives the ability for us to provide some of that service on those roads that, you know, currently that we've allowed, as well as ones in the future that may not necessarily need a high grade. You know, as we know, it's getting more and more expensive to do stuff, and I think that these are ways where in certain cases we may as a council be able to save a little bit of money by not necessarily being on a, what's the champagne taste with a beer budget kind of a deal. We can actually put in the roads that are appropriate for that area and still be able to maintain them.
Keith?
I just have a question here. This policy, if you go up a little bit, says Cypress County is responsible to ensure, no, the next one. The county will maintain dead-end roads to permanent residents. So this is this points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's in, that comes into play when there is a permanent residence we're going to. And if that's the case, then I would tend to lean the other way and say that we should have a high-grade road to at least a residence. If there's no residents involved, then I agree with Robin. So I want to just bring that up for discussion.
Richard?
One of the comments that we had when we did discuss this before was the fact that the high-grade standard makes it quite a bit better in the wintertime, that the snow blows across, it doesn't accumulate on the road, and we felt that any new construction should be to that high-grade standard because it makes so much difference for keeping the roads open. And so it's kind of tough when you throw that out there, that we have one standard and then the other one. And I know what you mean, but I think in the long run, it is better for the county when it comes to maintenance to have that high grade standard, especially in the wintertime.
Shane? Oh, hold on, Shane.
We've got the high grade standard in, and I believe it should stay. I mean, you're plowing snow. All of a sudden you relax it, things change, school bus, it's blowing in, we need the snow plow down here. Well, now we gotta upgrade it to a high grade, but it's better to do it right away at the beginning, because once you gotta come back, then you gotta strip your topsoil again, you gotta handle stuff, you may have to move fences again, and it's a lot more work. If you got it set, high grade, you're dealing with the snow, everything, future, school bus, and that. And these high grades, they're built better because there is more and more, and you don't know what's, when we're saying a permanent resident, there are more and more heavier trucks going down the road nowadays than there was even in 2016. There's a lot more B trains, a lot more of that. So I feel by us having that high grade standard, it sets, there it is. And we got to stand by it.
If I get two more and then I'll get back to you. Michelle and then Lloyd.
I don't have a really problem with it, but the way I read this, it says that the county will only do blading, grading, plowing, and mowing if it's on a high-grade road. So if it's not a high-grade road, they wouldn't be just going in there to plow it, right? But I don't have a problem. I agree with everything that's been said. I think it should stay, actually.
Steve?
Michelle, thank you through the chair. Michelle brings up a really good point, that section 2 is, if I recall back, it was a grandfathering clause. So if council had accepted a lower standard, that would put them on the program of maintenance. And to Councillor Michelle's point, section 5 says that they would then have to apply to the county to get that maintenance. So if council thought we could update that July 5th to today's date, October 1st, 2024, and that would allow the people with the lower quality road that council's adopted, and I'm thinking the plant road is the one that's coming to mind, and they wouldn't have to apply to the county to get that maintenance of the lower standard. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Lloyd, and then I'm back to...
Well, I think Shane pretty well said it for me. I'm thinking of all the cattle trucks that use a lot of these roads to get in, to get their cattle out and that, and emergency vehicles, the weight. Like, I just think the high-grade road's better for them.
Okay, back to you, Robin.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I understand that going back to 2017 when a lot of us were elected together, when I was first elected, the high grade was accepted as that's what it was. But in the last 7 years, we have had plenty of conversations about that sliding scale and doing what's appropriate and when. And since then, we have absolutely approved certain roads that weren't just high grade. So we're kind of having a conversation, or we're almost entering into debate on whether we should be sticking to high grade when we've already moved past that in certain cases when appropriate. And so, at the end of the day, if there are roads that are dead-end roads, or it does say that it needs to be on a right-of-way, there is an area out in my neck of the woods where it's a dead-end road as far as developed roads, but then it's a road allowance that extends beyond that, where people utilize that through the summer. But because the road is not on a high-grade standard, it's not even a part of the maintenance program within the county. So in the summertime, people go mud bogging through the undeveloped road allowance, which they have access to. They climb, or they come onto the non-high grade, rut it up. It's left to the homeowner and to the ratepayer to then re-gravel the road and regrade the road and do all these things. And, you know, because of the fact that it's not high grade from a construction standpoint, it falls on them, although it's public traffic that are utilizing it. And so this, to me, especially when it says that the county has the ability to decide the level and frequency of the maintenance, if it's a lower standard, and you know, maybe we have to have it in our policy that if you aren't at that high grade standard, that you won't necessarily have priority for snow plowing. Okay, fine, that may make sense, but from a maintenance standpoint, I just think that there is, by removing item number 2, it just gives the county a little bit more flexibility in deciding how they can deliver that service in those exceptions. Sorry, just further to that, because of the fact that we state must be high grade, and it's not should be or shall be, it must be, it's very, it eliminates anything but high grade.
Very specific.
It is very specific. Whereas if we eliminate item 2, the county can still have that as kind of a standard operating procedure that, you know, if it's not that, you know, it falls into a decision-making process on what kind of service they would choose to apply to it.
Does staff want to take this one back and think about it for a minute? Ken?
Through the chair. Yes, we can take this one back and think about it a little more and refine it a little bit better. I just wanted to comment, just so it's clear, everybody understands what high grade is. It's 1.2 meters above the lowest point in the ditch to the road shoulder. Alberta Transportation has a chapter in the design guide related to local roads, which the municipalities follow. And a typical cross-section for a 20-meter road allowance is 8-meter top, 3 to 4 to 1 side slopes. The height of ditch to the road is about 1 meter. So we've developed this standard because of elk water in those areas where the roads need to be a little bit higher and allow that snow to blow up and over. And we've trialed it for a number of years now, and it's worked very well for maintenance. For snow drifting. And we review all designs of roads if a developer is to build it themselves. So one of the issues in the past was the roads were too low and they were trying to, you know, dig out and use the material there, but not getting the road high enough to the sod line or at the fence line. So that's a design thing that we're definitely review and have input on whatever comes on our desk to ensure that it's meet that standard. For right now, that high grade is the standard, and then anything that they want to vary from that will come back to council for an approval below that standard. And we've had that before with wind development projects and whatnot. That has come before for a lower standard, which Alberta Transportation has guidelines to follow on height, and it just reduces it down to that about 0.6 meters instead of the 1.2, so it's about half.
Mike?
Mr. Chair, I also see some confusion in how this thing was originally written, because it's mixing design standards with maintenance standards, and I think we need to separate those out. So I would definitely take your advice that we take it back and have another look at how this is worded.
You good with that, Robin? I don't know who's up first. Michelle?
I'm just curious now, how does that work? Do we just defeat the motion, or do I have to change my motion, or what? Just okay, then I'll move to postpone.
Who made the motion?
Michelle did.
Did you? Okay, sorry, I thought it was Robin that made.
Either way works. Councillor Michelle can do a friendly amendment. She can change her motion to direct administration to bring it back with further amendments, or we could postpone. Either way works.
Well, everybody's on the same page, so.
Yeah, that's all I'm worried about. Either way, it's fine.
Richard?
quick history, back when we discussed this, we did have some residents that had a road going into their place that was not high grade standard. So we said, well, the way the policy was, well, we can't even grade the roads, we can't do anything for them. So then we put this in here. And number 4, the county will decide the level and frequency of maintenance, is because right now, I think Public Works tries very hard to get the roads graded every 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Well, on a road that goes into a private residence, we're talking maybe twice a year is all it needs. And that's why that number 4 was put in there. It is absolutely not necessary to grade that road as same as the other roads every 3 weeks. So we can define it, but we shouldn't be not having it in there.
Okay, well, Keith, you have something else?
Just a quick question. Could we have, when you're considering this, could you clarify roads that are on road allowances as compared to roads that leave the road allowance and go in, say, a quarter mile to a residence or something like that? Because I don't know if that ties into this.
That's a private road.
I think that's number 9.5.
Yeah, it's coming up. Okay, everybody's knows what the motion is. Let staff bring it back with all the discussion today. Okay, vote. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Okay, that's carried. We'll take a 5-minute break. Oh, the old timer over there wanted one too.
give Richard a minute and he takes a half hour.
Yeah. All right. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. So, potty break was over. Everybody can go back to sleep now. 9.4. Probably run Ken for this one. Since Mike has got his hands full.
Thank you, through the chair. Policy R4, maintenance access, policy review. That council approved policy R4, a maintenance access as presented. And the only change we highlighted here is just a spelling error changes. And just a background on this one, this is the driveway access into residence, and it's provided when all other roads are maintained to the level of service. And it's charged back to the homeowner or the landowner according to the master rates bylaw.
Dustin's moving it. Any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. It's carried. 9.5.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to go?
Go ahead, I'm swallowing.
Yeah, I'm done eating, so I'll talk. This policy's only got one requested change on page 7, and there was some confusion about the words lack of responsibility. They didn't add anything to it, to the definition or meaning, so we're recommending striking the words in the middle of the page, or lack of responsibility.
Don't everybody hold their hand up at the same time? No, Dustin was quicker than you, Fud.
Which one? We're on.
R10,
No, R5.
9.5 is R10.
9 point, oh, I jumped one, sorry. Ha, there, yes, that will really add to the confusion. Lack of responsibility.
I'm done. I can take it.
Go ahead. No.
Thank you. Through the chair, policy R10, construction of roads and on undeveloped road allowances, policy review. The recommended motion that council approve policy R10, construction of roads on undeveloped road allowances as presented. And the only two changes we highlighted here is number 10 and number 12.
5 and 6.
Yeah, 5, yes, spelling, some grammar errors there that were corrected. We're taking out 10 and 12 as they related to the R14 policy for roads to residents, and this was rescinded back in 2022. So it's just more taking that out as it relates, and that policy that was rescinded was the cost sharing. I believe the portion, 50% cost share at that time, so that was rescinded in 2022. So that's just cleaning it up so it doesn't refer to something that's no longer there.
Dustin. Okay. Any questions on it or comments? Vote. That's carried. 9.6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to sound like deja vu because that's what I talked about in the previous one. Again, there's only one suggested change on page 7, and it's the words lack of responsibility. It's very unclear what those words meant, and we're recommending those words be removed.
He said 7, but that's...
Page 7 of 11, or is your document?
Yeah, we're looking on our
Okay, good.
document. Yeah.
100.
Yeah, it's page 100, right in the center. Delay of maintenance operations.
Due to sickness, injury, or lack of responsibility. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. Or lack of interest.
Richard's moving that one.
Sure.
Any questions on it? Comments? Vote. That's carried. 9.8. 9.7 was rescinded at the beginning.
Thank you, through the chair. We're here, we're applying, we're recommended to apply for Alberta Municipal Wastewater Partnership Grant for an upcoming project. And the project is the 7 Persons Force Main project. And I'll just give a little highlight here. It's a critical infrastructure project that was identified.
We deleted that at the beginning. 9.7 is deleted at the beginning. When the additions and deletions were done, it was taken out. We just did 9.6, now we're on 9.8. Sorry, Candice, we can't take things out. It confuses the old boys when they wake up.
Okay.
Just one guy.
Wait till they're done.
Just one guy. You got it now? You good or what? Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll start from the top. I just wanted to highlight the project I'm talking about that we'd like to apply for grant funding is the scheduled 2025 project for the 7 Persons Force Main. It's a critical infrastructure project that was identified in the 5-year capital plan. The project consists of replacing existing end-of-life force main that handles the sewage at 7 Persons Lagoon. The project also includes minor improvements to the truck fill, converting the coin-operated system to our card reader system, as well as minor modifications to the existing lift station. So there is a drawing just further down. Okay. And so the current stage of this project is that it's been designed by MPE Engineering, and we did this through public tendering at that stage to get it ready for grant approval. We have a deadline for the grant that we'd like to meet if the motion is passed here today, which is 75, and it's a 75-25% coverage where the province takes care of 75%. And alternately, if we don't get grant funding, we'd like to continue as planned and use the grant fund of LGFF for the funding of this project at the time. So we found an opportunity to fund another grant, and we want to take advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, makes sense. Michelle? Sorry.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that makes sense. And yeah, I will move it.
Any questions on it or comments?
I have one unrelated but similar question.
Okay.
Just because talking about this building made me think about it, I had a request from adjacent neighbor that now that the fuel tanks are removed from beside the lift station, can we remove the east-facing yard light? That does nothing.
Through the chair, we definitely can look at that and just make sure the area is still secured around has enough lighting around that location.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Oh, glad you guys got an opportunity to find this. So. Poor Richard. Well, it's a good job to find these grants instead of using our other one. Any other questions on it? Vote. Carried? All right. Need to go in camera. Blaine? Is making the motion? Vote. It's carried. We're good? 3. Who is taking the lead on this one? Bull Trail Wind Power?
Yeah, I'll start off, and Kayleen can support as well. In this one, we're looking to have some conversation and some direction from council to provide a letter back to AltaLink concerning the Bull Trail Wind Power connection. Essentially, they have two different pathways, one that follows more the quarter grid line
That's carried. All right. We have the delegation that was at 1.
I wish I could think this big. I just struggle with that project.
Yep. It's only zeros and decimal points.
Like I said, right off the get-go, just take off 2 zeros, and it's just like dealing with a normal budget.
It's just that we stand to lose a lot.
There's always lots to lose in any business decision, right?
So then this is where you just want to speak.
Give some examples like that. Urban where they did that.
Okay, sorry about running behind there, ladies, but welcome to council today. Whenever you want to speak, there's a button in front of you. You speak and the light will come on, and we'll be able to hear you. There you go.
Sure. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Chris Christie. I'm the Interim Executive Director for the Community Foundation. Nikki Gray is the gal who took over from me upon my retirement, but she's on a mat leave, and so they pulled me up from the bench. I wasn't even on a bench, and they brought me back. But so, and this is Helen. You all know her, I'm sure, from previous presentations, who's our Rural Development Coordinator. So we're just here to give you a quick little rundown on the Community Foundation and where things are at, especially with Cypress County Fund. So maybe are you running it, Helen? Yes. Many of you are already familiar with the Community Foundation. We are one of 204 community foundations across Canada. So our whole goal is creating meaningful connections between donors and local charities that will permanently benefit all the citizens of southeastern Alberta. And we really are committed to building vibrant, healthy, caring communities today, tomorrow, and forever. A community foundation, we have an endowment fund that is permanent, so donors give us money, we invest it professionally, and give out grants kind of accordingly. Our endowment right now in overall for southeastern Alberta is worth over $29 million. And last year we granted out just close to $1 million across southeast Alberta. So we accept donations from individuals and give them the charitable tax receipt, and we match their donations with the causes that they care about. This is just a very quick illustration of how, we have a donor that comes through the doors, they're interested in making a difference in their community, so we get to know them a little better and ask them what they're interested in and what charities they support. We invest the money that they give us, and then after a year of it being vested, the investment income is granted out as per CRA rules. And through those grants, we hope to have community impact and make a difference in varying areas. Could be food security, could be housing, could be accessibility, inclusion, public safety, many things.
All right, I guess this is the service area for the Community Foundation of Southeastern Alberta. So we pretty much go from border to border, up to the Montana-US border, and then all the way northeast, pretty much along Highway 12 into Special Areas 4, and then over across and follow along Highway 36 and just up that area away, and pretty much the Red Deer River. So we've got quite an area. Well, Red Deer River is special areas, the yellow. I'll talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, lots of area that we cover. I don't know if we know the geographic number, do we? for the distance.
Latitude,
Yeah,
longitude?
yeah.
No.
Nah.
Well, it's written down somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah, 4 hours end to end, yeah, going the speed limit, of course. So we follow 3 pillars. First is we grow, and so we couldn't do what we do across the region without continual growth within the Community Foundation, which Chris has already kind of alluded to in regards to donors and providing dollars to the Community Foundation. So the current endowment, thanks to all the donations received over the 34 years, 1992 it was established by John Ignatius. And so we're just done over $28 million.
$29 million.
We have a number of funds held within the Community Foundation. So that $28 million is an accumulative of about 440 funds that are held within the Community Foundation, and those are a number of different funds. They could be individual family funds,
Agency funds.
donor advised funds. I did provide in your sheet the different type, or Leslie Ann just handed out the different types of funds that could be established underneath the Community Foundation. So those are what make up that money. And as part of that, we now have approximately 24 agencies across the region who have set up an agency fund for the growth and betterment for generations to come. So they want to keep their agencies going and operating as much as possible for their areas. So the rural community funds were set up in response to some surveys that were done and some different meetings held across the region to see if it would be beneficial for organizations or areas to provide an opportunity for people to give where they live and receive back where they live. So in 2018, the first 3 funds were established. So it was Brooks and District, Cypress County, and then Prairie Crocus. Or not Cypress County, 40 Mile, and then Cypress County came on in 2021. I have to say kudos to Cypress County and Cypress County Council, because you are the ones leading the pack as the first municipality who is contributing to the fund on an annual basis and making a big difference on establishing that fund. So thank you for your commitment. It goes a long way in supporting the areas within Cypress County.
And we let the other 3 funds know that you're doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always nice when I get to brag about one area. Yeah. So those funds, they're each growing in different ways, and we underneath each of those areas, there is an advisory committee that is established of individuals who live, work, and play within that area. It is when grants and stuff are submitted to through our grant cycles, it's that committee that gets to look at them first and make the hard decisions and the recommendations to support that grant and in what capacity to support them. So they're the ones that know about the projects, and they're also the ones that have a passion for keeping their area growing and thriving. We've already spoke a little bit about agency funds, so I'm not going to get much more into that.
Maybe I could just add that, so our endowment's managed by a company called Leith Wheeler. They won the tender competition that was done earlier this year. Last year we had a 10.1% return rate.
Mm-hmm. So we give. This is how most people are going to be familiar with the Community Foundation. We give through community grants, which are twice a year. They open in February and close March 15th, and then open again in August and close September 15th. And so that's when organizations will apply for different funding. People really need to pay attention to the deadlines that are within the grant cycle. We do a twofold grant cycle where a letter of intent needs to be submitted first, and that way we can look at the project and make sure it aligns and everything is good before they go ahead and fill out a complete application. So if their LOI is good, then we will send them off to do the full application. If they miss that LOI deadline, they will not be able to go ahead and proceed with the grant. So we need some time to be able to review the LOIs. So we're working on that. It seemed very confusing, this grant cycle, but we'll get people going as we continue to move on that. Scholarships are another way that we give. We have many scholarships within the Community Foundation. The majority of them are run through school divisions or a school. So we get the funds distributed to us, and then we get that out to the school division, and there's either a committee with the school division in the high schools or whoever to then distribute the funds to the youth that are graduating from the different schools, or there might be different scholarships out there from different entities as well. Youth in Philanthropy is our program that helps to introduce youth to philanthropy and community development by working with them through a project where they set up a team within their youth group. They need to have at least one adult leader, and then they do all the research in the charities that would be eligible for funding within their region. And they connect with that charity. They ask them all sorts of questions about if they received funding, what they would do with it. And then we have a fund that has been established, and we provide each youth group with a certain amount of money. We had 12 youth groups 10 youth groups last year that each received $1,200, and then they decide who they want to give it to, and they are the ones that actually present the check to the organizations. And so it's a really neat way for them to be involved, and then they do the follow-up with the organizations. The Community Impact Award is an award that is provided once a year. Next year's will be distributing, and the amount is increased to $35,000 next year. So organizations who have a new project or something that will have a far-reaching impact can apply for this application. It then goes to a committee. The committee selects the top three. The top three present to the Community Foundation Committee, and then one organization is awarded that grant. And emergencies is just when the government has money and they need to funnel it through. Sometimes we'll do that as well. So Cypress County Community Fund specifically has been going since 2021. In that time, they have granted out over 14 grants, 11 of those community grants and 3 through the Youth and Philanthropy Program, for a total of $64,275. The current members on the committee are Gerald Sept, who's the chair. Audrey Skoog is from Suffield. Kathy Schnell is from this area. Colton Weisgerber works a lot within the Cypress County area. Dan, who I don't think I need to explain, Della Burkett, Don McClellan, Gerald Mauser, and then Richard is also on our committee. So we are very fortunate to have them on our committee. You guys are also one of the first ones who have, of the committee, that have counselors on it. So you guys are leading the pack in multiple ways. I need to take you on my road trips.
Can I just say that the $64,000 hasn't come solely from the Cypress County Fund. It's from the community, our pool of community fund grant dollars.
Yeah. Currently, the Cypress County Fund is sitting at about $49,000 that we've received in donations to date since it was established. The goal is eventually that fund will grow enough that it will be able to support any grants submitted across Cypress County. final pillar is we inspire. So we do vital events, and this is an opportunity for us to engage with community to find out what the concerns and the needs are across the region. It could be, as Chris mentioned before, housing, connection and belonging, health and wellness, any of those types of things. And then it helps us to figure out what the priorities are for our granting cycles as well, when we can have those community conversations. The Vital People Award is where organizations can nominate somebody from within their organization to receive an award. And I believe there's 2 gifted out a year. And then that is for those individuals in that organization to do some more development and learning and education. And then we do offer some board leadership training, and a couple times a year. It's offered usually online. Is it?
We're in partnership with Board Leadership Southeast Alberta, so part of the Community Development Network in Alberta. So they've been a bit inactive lately, so hopefully they'll pick up a little. The other piece on here is, do you have 7 over 70 coming on that?
No.
Okay, so some of you may have heard of the 7 over 70 awards. It's an event we're holding next week. So there's 7 individuals being honored that after they retired and hit 70, they did something really interesting or helpful or spectacular. So that's happening next week. So that falls under the We Inspire as well.
No, it's not Richard.
Oh, it's not Richard. You do have one from Cypress County that has been nominated, yeah, and will be receiving an award, yeah. So this is our who's who in the zoo of community foundations. So as Chris mentioned, she's interim director, filling in for Nikki's maternity leave. Rianne is our admin coordinator. Barb is keeping us on track with as financial administrator. Sydney is community engagement. She is everything grants and communications, website. She's a jack of all trades. And then Lauren is vital signs and does a lot of the research portion of the community foundation. And then Nicole covers Brooks and District. And then I get the pleasure of going out to all the other areas across southeastern Alberta. So I cover rural fund of 40 miles, Cypress County and Prairie Crocus, which is special areas 2, 3, 4, and the MD of Acadia. And I get to go and meet with all the wonderful people out there making difference in their communities. And that's us.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? Robin?
I got just a quick one. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. And what percentage of the revenue that's generated goes towards administrative versus what is given out as far as community grants and bursaries?
I can answer that one. So I'll give you the example this past year. So out of our 10%, 10.1% investment earnings that we got off of our fund, CRA says you have to grant out 5%. So 5% gets granted out. We charge 1% to keep the lights on and the staff employed. And our professional management firm, Leith Wheeler, charges 0.5%. So that totals to 6.5%. So out of the, 3.5% left over, that goes back into the fund that it came from. So funds can grow over, and we hope to grow them because sometime we're not going to get 10%. You know, we might, we've had a recent year, 2 or 3 years ago, I think we got 4.6%. So we had to rely on that building up a little bit of a cushion. So we still met CRA standards, but didn't touch the capital.
Yeah, that was a rough year on grants.
Yeah.
Turned out a lot that year.
Yeah. I should let you know there's some, you know, one of the things that we work hard with for people that are interested is leaving a future gift. We're at a fund launch tomorrow in Redcliffe. There's an individual that grew up there, doesn't live there anymore, but loved living in Redcliffe, and is leaving his estate to the Community Foundation, is starting the Redcliffe Legacy Fund. There's a number of people that are signed up to leave bequests to the Cypress County Fund as well, and it's really through some of those things that you can see really big bumps in fund growth. So it's not just a matter of just trickle in donations, but we work on, you know, really some of those larger, more significant game-changing contributions. There's people that want to give back to the area that was so good to them, and they had a great life. So
I just wanted to close too with, I did provide in each of the handouts that Leslie sent out. This is who has received dollars from the Cypress County Fund thus far, since it was established. So this is something that we can track and let people know where the dollars are going. And we have already had communication with a number of organizations who are getting ready for the next grant cycle. The biggest thing is communication with us. When people are thinking of writing a grant or submitting a grant application, it's always best to phone myself or Sydney so that we can learn about their project and make sure that everything is aligned, or if we have questions, or if they're needing an affiliate, they need to be in contact with that affiliate and have that approved prior to their application. So the more work that we can do with them so that they're prepared when the application opens, the better, versus trying to shove an application through last minute.
And just in closing, also what we tell organizations that have taken the time to start a fund, they're slow to grow to start with, but in 20 years, whoever's sitting around this table will think you people were geniuses. Yeah, because having the foresight to start in your terms, you might not see great results in terms of granting, but 20 years from now, they'll be singing your praises.
It's a great program.
It is, yeah.
Great, well, thank you. We appreciate the contributions you've made to get it started, and I think you're going to see great things from the Cypress County Fund.
Thank you very much, ladies. We appreciate you coming in. Yeah. Have a great day. Thanks. Okay, I need a motion to go back in camera. Dustin, vote. Okay, we're out of in camera. So now we will go to 10.1. This is a motion brought up. Robin's making this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve. The motion I'm making is that council cancel the tender for the sale of Plan 1612683, Block 1, Lot 1, as the bids received did not meet the established confidential reserve bid, and to proceed with the sale as discussed during the closed session.
Thank you. Everybody knows what it is. Vote. That's carried. Okay. 10.2, who wants to make the first motion? Dustin? The first one's on the 2025-2026 fire replacement. Vote. That's carried. Ooh, okay, hold on.
The next
Two
one.
wildland ones?
Yeah, wildlands next.
Okay, Lloyd's making the next motion.
That council directed administration to sole source the 2 wildland units from Seahawk funded from the Fire Vehicle Equipment Replacement Reserve.
Okay. Vote. That's carried. And Michelle's making the third motion.
The motion reads that council directed administration to sole source a used fire tender up to $250,000 funded from the Fire Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Reserve.
Okay, vote. Carried. Okay, 10.3. Leslie, do you want to read that off? Recommend a motion.
That council direct administration to provide a letter to Altalink concerning the Bull Trail wind power connection as discussed during the closed session.
Richard's making that motion. Vote. Carried. 10.4. Read that one off too, Les.
That council direct administration to sign the letter of intent and complete a functional servicing report funded from municipal services consulting fees at a cost no higher than $10,000 as discussed during the closed session.
Shane's making that one.
Sure.
Vote. That's carried. Okay, that's it. Or do we don't have to do the draft minutes, right? All right. I think that's everything. Meeting adjourned.
No.